Hello. Let's see. I believe I was left off stuck. I'm stuck on this part. Proof? Do I have proof? I mean, to be honest, it doesn't make a lot of sense that he wouldn't be here. So let's go back. I think this is the one we should be pursuing. Any evidence? I mean, to be honest, just the fact that he didn't see this is suspicious, but I don't know if that's it. Let's present this and see if it works. Ooh, I was scared for a minute. But I tell you I'm not relieved. I'll even bet you 70s. What's with that baby who had his favorite toy taken away from him with anything? How can I get evidence for that? Can I examine this whole area? Not really sure. And then there's this one. Holding screen, but I can't read what it says on it. Really? But I thought it was some kind of important spell. Ah, yeah, my mother read it and taught me to memorize it. I'll be in trouble if I ever forget it. Looks like the Canadian channeling school is teetering dangerously on the edge. They're just a bunch of old urns. Are these treasures too? Of course they are. Treasure, yeah, I already read this stuff. That pathetic-looking wooden box. Ah, that's the box that has the Sacred Urn. Don't touch it, there may be clues to the thief's identity on it. Grr. You worked on the box, yeah. What is this pink stuff? I think she painted it. Hold on, it's not the right one. Backspace. Can I talk to you more? The Sacred Urn. What could be proof that she did something to the Sacred Urn? I mean, there's paint on it, but like, I don't have the Sacred Urn with me right now. I was feeling I have to present a person, which is not gonna be easy. I don't know what person to present. I could present herself. Miss Andrews, do you know anything about the Sacred Urn? Do I know anything? I'm in charge of the entire treasure exhibit. The urn that was submitted before the court today. It's obviously not the same urn as before. Well, that's true. Maybe it isn't the same. It could be a fake. A fake? You're the one who said it wasn't the same, so that's the most obvious explanation. Do you have any evidence the urn that was submitted at the trial was genuine? Was genuine, I think we just submit this thing. Well, Miss Andrews? See, look, it was a fake after all, huh? I mean, your evidence is a fake too, What could it be? I can't pick up the box. Can I prove that it was genuine submitted in the trial? Well, if he did steal it... acknowledged that he has acknowledged that he is masked to mask. Can I present him? You? I don't know if I have that evidence. I don't know where I would get that evidence either. Just trying to see if any of these work. We could present Pearl. What other evidence could I have? This? Well, Miss Andrews? No. None of these look like they're telling me anything. So I really don't think I can get anywhere with her, because I don't have any proof that it was the real one. That's probably where the Sacred Urn was going to be displayed. Yeah, I guess so. So should I put my attorney's badge there, you know, as a replacement? I think it's a little too small for that. What about my Magatama? Now you're being silly. That's definitely too small. Well, that doesn't tell me anything. You could be painting it pink to match the display, but still, I have no evidence. I literally can't do anything in it. Like this area is literally just pointless. We could examine this area again. The police took a look at all that, you know? Really? Did they say anything? They said it wasn't important. Oh. Don't worry about it, Nicky boy. After all, my running is just an amateur. Amateur or not, this is cool. Knuckle Bomber, how cool is that? Okay, that's some new dialogue. So maybe I am onto something. Well, that's so cute. It's called a hot air balloon, you know? Wow, there's no fooling you. Yeah? This thing looks vaguely familiar. Oh, I know it's a fishbowl. An upside down one. I think it's a helmet. Alien helmet. Tape recorder. Think it's a transceiver, an alien transceiver. Oh, that? Ronnie brought that home one day. He asked one of his friends from work if he could have it. It's a Space Ranger... Oh, wait. That's Old Bag's uniform. Space Ranger uniform. I never seen Ronnie happier in his whole life. Oh man, now I want one too. I wonder if KB Security was in charge. I wonder if KB Security was in charge of security at the event from that old case. It's a bunch of cheap costume pieces arranged inside an ice frame. Picnic, it's a fake beard and a mask out of cardboard, yeah. Try it on. If you like it, feel free to take it home with you. Thanks, but no thanks. Okay, that's not helpful. No clues here. I didn't know I could just look at nothing. I wonder if you can do that to find secrets, though. It's mask to mask. There's a tape recorder hanging from its neck. Let me see that. Ronnie used to say that a happy laugh is the lifeblood of a thief. Well, that certainly is a happy-sounding laugh, alright. Yes, and laughing isn't as easy as it sounds. The harder you try, the more fake it sounds. Yeah, Mr. Delight really works hard at his craft, huh? A bunch of books lying here. They're all romantic-sounding novels about famous heists and fantastic feats. Hell, look at all the bookmarks and notes stuck into them. Let's see here. Note, must remember the thief's way of laughing, very useful. Calling card... It was always Ronnie's dream to become a thief. Well, I guess you can chalk that one down as fulfilled. Wonder why Mr. Delight never talked to his wife about it. Yeah, well, I think she deserves some of the blame for not bringing it up either. Hold on, let's present... Oh wait, I already presented him. Not helpful. Nick, it's a torpedo! Hard to believe, but it sure looks real. Where could he have picked something up like this? Please don't say that as if torpedoes are things people just leave lying around. Okay, that has nothing new. So Ron received a blackmail letter, huh? Do you think Miss Delight knows about this? Well, if she did, I don't think she would have been smiling like that. Wonder if we should tell her about it. Think it'd be smarter if we didn't. Hey, look at this blackmail letter. Do you know about this? Oh, is that a letter addressed to my Ronnie? Sorry, but I hate it when That's what she said there. I don't know if we're getting anywhere here. Very helpful, Maya. Maya really is not very helpful, is she? can examine this stuff while she's here. And yet he still let it take a picture of him. Guess he's not as smart as he pretends to be. Camera belonged to Lordly Taylor, so he knew he couldn't tamper with it. But then why would Mask to Mask, allow that to happen? And he seemed shocked about it. It's like part of a big sign born, all I can read is bird. My god, maybe it's supposed to be hamburger, yeah. Spaghetti. No. No way it could be spaghetti. Well, maybe it was a typo. Might have some spaghetti festival. Not helpful. A ladder. Go to the actual storeroom. Lots of big boxes and stuff back there. That's where they were keeping the Sacred Urn. Remember, my Miss Andrews says we're not allowed in there. The statue wasn't where it is now when we first came here, right? Yeah, it was right next to the door, wasn't it? Well, if someone moved it, it was probably Mask to Mask. He didn't like being watched by Mystic Amy while he stole the urn. Hey, cut it out. You're giving me the creeps with that kind of talk. Organize. Thought the whole exhibit would be brightened up by something shiny and gold. That's why I went to the trouble of borrowing it from a branch family training hall. The gold statue is totally cool in my book. It arrived rather late, so I thought I wouldn't be able to put it on display. By the way, it looks like this statue was moved to the night of the theft. Do you know anything about that? Huh? No. It certainly wasn't me that moved it. Why is she so flustered all of a sudden? Detective Atme said he got hit on the back of the head with this by the thief, but that was obviously a lie. Because it turned out that Atme was the real thief. It's still hard to believe. Looks like Adrian feels really bad about it. I'm going to take full responsibility and fix that sword myself. I know I don't look it, but I have complete confidence that I can fix it right up. I promise I'll fix it for you. Fix it so you never knew it was bent in the first place. Please be gentle with it. Treasures of Kyrian is my first job after last year's ordeal. I really wanted it to be a success. I've got an idea. Why don't you redo the whole poster? You could put something like, voted best treasure exhibit by Mask to Mask. Why, Maya, that's a fantastic idea. What if I present her with this? The security camera was provided by Lordly Taylor department store. Took a close look at it on the day after the theft. Timestamped on the photo is definitely real. Is this helpful? No. No. I don't think she really cares about KB security. So what was it? Something that proves that she did? That it wasn't a fake, that it's genuine. Okay. I don't know if I can actually do that. Can I ask Maya? Like, Maya, can you tell me if it was genuine? I'm glad we got the Sacred Urn back and all. So then how come you don't look any happier? Why should I? I don't know if it should say Amy or I am on it anymore. Now it's got big pink polka dots on it that weren't there before. Don't you think you're overreacting just a little? Overreacting? Nick, I can't believe you said that. I mean, it's like, I got it. It's like if I came in wearing polka dots on my acolyte costume every day and said, "Hi Nick, I am." Well, do you still think it's no big deal? I guess it would be, a real disaster? You see? That's how I feel. No, even though I didn't know this statue existed until a little while ago. Didn't Adrian say it's from a Fate Branch family's training hall or something? Yes, there are actually a lot of training halls scattered all over the country, hidden away deep in desolate mountains. Why does it always have to be desolate mountain? It's still bent, isn't it? Detective Atme said it got bent when the thief hit him on the head with it. Well, it looks like he ended up the bent one after he turned out to be the thief. He must have damaged the sword himself to back up his phony story. Yeah, I guess he really does have a brawny mind, huh? According to this data, the thief showed up at the basement warehouse at, 1 o'clock in the morning, right? Yeah, but remember, this data came from Atme. For all we know, he might have somehow tampered with it. But then, how about this photo? It's got the time on it, too. Yeah, the security camera belonged to Lordly Taylor. Atme couldn't have tampered with the photo's timestamp to show the wrong time. Guess that means this data is accurate after all. Wait, there's Maya. I didn't know Maya was in the corner there. We present this, what does Maya say? Mr. Light was being blackmailed, huh? By the CEO of the security company he used to work for. Yeah, looks like it. Sounds like we still need to do some more poking around. You'd better watch yourself and not do anything naughty either, Nick. What? Was that a threat? Is she trying to blackmail me now? This was found in the building where the crime took place on the very night of the murder. And according to the time record on the keycard inside, Yeah, it was used right around the time of the murder, doesn't it? Doesn't sound very good, huh? So Detective Atney was Master Mask after all, huh? I guess so. After all, he did admit it. Yes, but Mr. Delight still hasn't changed his tune. He's still claiming that he's the real Master Mask. Don't think he's just saying that to avoid the murder charge, do you? I'm not sure. This was found on the floor of the basement warehouse. So does that mean Detective Atney put it there himself? The only explanation I can think of is he wanted to make sure it looked like he'd struggled with the thief that night. What do you think about this? What about this? No. Oh, it's Larry. He's your old childhood friend, right? Yeah, I've known him since elementary school. Wow, that's even longer than I've known Curly. You two must have lots of good memories together. I guess so. But I can hardly remember them. They've been erased by all the traumatic ones. Maybe I can ask him some more questions. What am I gonna ask him, though? Let's ask him about the employee. Detective Gumshoe, what about this person? No? The guy is a real puzzle if you ask me. Then maybe I should be asking you, do you know something about him? Why would I know something? Well, it sure sounds like you two knew each other from the way you acted today. It's Mr. Godot that acts like he knows Nick, not the other way around. Exactly, you'd think I'd remember someone like him. I still say the whole thing's a bit suspect. Detective Gumshoe, tell us more about Mr. Shane Bluebard. That's Kane Bullard. Oh, yeah, I already read this. Oh, the victim. Here we go. We never progressed this part. Can you tell us some more about Mr. Bullard? He was the CEO of KB Security, right? What kind of company is it anyway? Well, the company basically sends security teams out to buildings to guard them. Mr. Bullard must have had the chance to learn a lot of secrets doing this kind of work. Oh, and I don't know how to put this, but the guy was kind of a money grubber. Really? Me too. I just love money. I can't ever get enough. Please stop leaning in towards me like that. You aren't getting to my wallet. Anyway, it looks like he did some pretty shifty stuff to earn his millions. Oh, so that's my problem. I need to be shiftier. Let me go already. Apparently, he was involved in selling trade secrets between rival companies. Oh, that's pretty dirty and underhanded. Yeah, oh, KB Security used to head security operations against Mask to Mask. What? Really? Yeah, and after screwing up so many times, the company's reputation really took a nosedive. So it really was Bullard who sent Ron the Blackmail Letter, huh? Okay, well, I learned some stuff. Company took a nosedive. He basically won't look at anything I try to show him. Do I present his wallet? He did pick it up the night of the crime. This wallet. You know about this, right? I've never seen it before. Liar! You hand-delivered this wallet to Miss Delight just yesterday. Give me a break. You can't expect me to remember every little thing that happens. Oh, well, I do expect you to remember something that happened just yesterday. What time was it when you found this wallet? I guess it was around 1 in the morning on the first floor of our company building. 1 o'clock in the morning? That's right. In other words, Larry, at the time of the murder, you were away from the security guard office. Ah! Yeah, but, there's something you didn't think about. What's that? My shift that day didn't start until 10 p.m. The murderer might have snuck in before then. What do you mean by that? The murderer had snuck in before 10 p.m. Then it wasn't my fault. It was the fault of the guy whose shift was before me. Why do I have the feeling that he still doesn't get the seriousness of this? Listen up, Larry. We know beyond a shadow of a doubt that the killer snuck into the CEO office after 10 p.m. during your shift. Because of what? I didn't want to go back. I just wanted to go to the... flip the thing. Wallet. We were snuck into the CEO's office after 10 p.m. Because, I mean, why would they sneak in before? Because of the Blackmail Letter? Let's try the Blackmail Letter first? Maybe? Not helpful. The keycard? There we go. Larry, when you use this keycard, does it leave a record? Yeah, it does. But I can't show the record to just anyone, you know. That keycard data was already made public in the trial today. What? I didn't know that. Any kind of request for info like that is supposed to go through me. Boy, does that sound a bit arrogant coming from a part-time guard. Anyway, according to the data, the door to the CEO's office was opened with this card. Do I actually have that data? I guess it's just on here. Furthermore, it was most definitely used at 1 a.m., the time of the murder. No way! Yes, someone used this to get into the CEO's office. That happened at 1 a.m. on the night of the crime, right in the middle of your shift. Oh. Larry, you can't duck your responsibility this time. Yeah... No... Okay, we're back to full life. Oh, I knew it. It's all my fault. My fault that the boss was killed. My fault. Larry. There was nothing I could do. I have important issues to deal with too, man. What happened that night anyway? My Donna happened. Huh? Your Donna? Got a bad feeling about this. Yeah, my Donna called and said I have to talk to you right away. So I went to see her and... he was standing right there next to her. Who was? Her new boyfriend. It was like some horrible joke. Before I knew what was going on, the guy socked me right in the kisser. Normally, I'm the one that does the punching. Isn't that right, Maya? Yeah. So, is that why you left the security guard office? Well, I'm sorry. It's all my fault. How can I ever make up for it, Nick? What can I do? What? He's curled up on the floor crying like a baby. Oh boy. Nick! Is there anything I can do? Anything? Just name it. I'll do whatever I have to do to make up for it. I swear I will. Larry. Hey Nick, as long as he's offering, why don't you show him the evidence we've got? Oh, now he'll look at the evidence. He's right. Maybe we'll get at least one bit of useful information from it. Nick! Ah, that's the wallet I found. You found it when you snuck out of work to get socked in the kisser, right? I didn't sneak out of work to get socked in the kisser. If only I had been more responsible at work, I might have spotted the murderer on the monitor like I was supposed to. Larry, you really do feel bad, don't you? Yeah, well, maybe it's all for the best. I think it's brought Desi and I closer together. I don't think so. Just like they say, every cloud has a silver lining. You gotta see that old water glass as half full, am I right? Now he's starting to sound like the Larry I know. Don't forget, Nick. Half full. So was this the card that was used by the culprit that night? Well, going off the serial number, then yeah. This card was used to open the CEO's office door at 1 in the morning. The client had this card, right? Then it's a no-brainer. He's the killer, man. I think you know how much I want to help you guys, but I really don't know what to say about that. What is it, Nick? Just that he seems so, I don't know, pleasant. The buzzer in the CEO's office is directly connected to this room, right? That's right. Just like my heart is connected to yours, Maya. Huh? Go ahead, Maya. Press the buzzer in your heart. I promise I'll come running to your rescue like the professional guard I am. Wow, that was pretty good. Thanks, I try. Do you think you could tell us about the buzzer now? Yes, please. Please tell us. Okay, I guess so. Prepare to be wowed. You gonna tell us about the buzzer? Oh, it probably unlocked a thing. Yeah. I wish it gave me some sort of indication rather than like just an open dialogue. I accidentally pressed the buzzer earlier. Yeah, I heard it, so that was you, huh? You're a security guard, aren't you? Why didn't you come to the CEO's office? Well, this is the 3rd floor of the basement, and the CEO's office is on the 1st floor. Thought it would be a good idea to, adopt a wait-and-see approach. Plus, there's a police detective here, right? I just didn't think it was necessary. As if he's trying to win an award for the laziest person on the planet. Let's get back to talking about the night of the murder, okay? Is it true the buzzer didn't go off that night? There must be a record, right? You must have had a look at it, right? Of course I did. I couldn't possibly have made a mistake either. Do you think you could take just one more look at it for me? Pretty please? Oh, okay. I just can't say no to you, Maya. do you think, Nick? He's probably right. I don't even think Larry... What was that? I missed that. What? What is it? What's going on? I made a mistake! Huh? But how? It can't be! It's impossible! Okay, enough already. What about the records? That night, it went off just once, in the morning, at around 1 a.m. 1 a.m.? That's when the murder happened. Really? Are you serious? That's terrible, it can't be! Well, now we gotta go. Gotta go talk to Gumshoe about this revelation. Detective Gumshoe, about this right here. Nope. He doesn't care about it, okay. What if we present the buzzer instead? Detective Gumshoe. No, he doesn't care about the buzzer. That's an update, so that's not gonna do anything. Is that as much information as I need? Yes. I got all the information, so this unlocked. Ah, Mr. Wright. Mr. Delight. Did they finish their interrogation? Yes, but please don't leave me alone anymore. Mr. Delight, you lied to us before, didn't you? Well, you see, on the same night as the Sacred Urn was stolen from Lordly Taylor department store, the blackmail letter you got summoned you to KB Security to hand over some money. And then, that's where the CEO, Kane Bullard, was murdered. But there's only one Ron Delight, am I right? So the only question is, where were you that night? This time I want to hear the whole truth. Your life depends on it. Oh, okay. Mr. Delight, do you still insist that you are Mask to Mask? Isn't that what I've been saying since yesterday? That was a quick response. Tell me about it. To be honest, it's starting to get irritating. But listen, Mr. Delight. At the trial today, we learned the true identity of the thief, didn't we? Take a good look, everyone. Unable to find a rival worthy of my genius, I was forced to create one by myself. Here I am, the tragic clown. I guess it's true, I wasn't the one who stole that urn. Of course not. After all, you were at KB Security at that time. So then the person dressed up as Mask to Mask in this photo, it's gotta be Detective Atney. So that night, you didn't go to Lordly Taylor, you went to KB Security, right? Yes, I went to KB Security at the time the blackmail note said I should. Alright, what happened next? Well, I used to work there, so I knew where the CEO's office was. I knocked, but there was no answer. Then I used the keycard to unlock the door. Probably when he dropped his wallet. When I went into the CEO's office, someone was in there. Someone? Then suddenly, they bashed me over the head. Huh? They bashed you over the head. They look like this guy. And this is bent. Let's see what's going on here. Was it King Bullard that hit you? I don't know. The person ran away while I was still stunned. When I came to my senses, the sight I saw left me speechless. The dead body of the CEO was right there in front of me. I thought I'd die myself. Anyway, I thought I should do something with the body. That's why you put it in the safe? Yes, that's right. I used to be the chief of one of the security teams, so I knew how to open it. Okay, and what did you do after that? Well, I got out of there, for starters. I was the one who set up the security cameras in that building, so I knew how to avoid being spotted by them. I'm kinda getting a bit more of a picture as to why Atney knows so much about this. And why there's so many weird things with what happened that night. It's not really clear as to what's going on. Nick, all of a sudden, Mr. Delight kinda sounds like the murderer to me. Please don't say that. Mr. Delight, is it true that 1 year ago, you were forced to quit KB Security? How did you... I'm begging of you, please don't tell Desi, please. Don't worry, we haven't told anyone yet. Ooh, thank goodness. No, but I suppose I'll have to tell her sometime. We'll find out eventually. Why have you been hiding it from her anyway? Desi would despise me if she ever found out I was living a life of crime. A criminal, a thief. She'd never forgive me. My marriage would be over. Knowing that, why did you become a thief in the first place? Because Desi spends money like it's water. There's no job in the world that could bring in enough money. Except being a thief, at least. That's what I thought, anyway. So he became masked to mask for Desiree? Huh? Were you hit over the head with this? Wow, this is cool. I'm really into this kind of stuff. Oh yeah? It's one of our most valuable treasures. If I ever get out of here, me and Desi will go to Lordly Taylor to check out the whole Treasures of Curain exhibit. Okay, I guess. Just promise me you won't steal anything, okay? Oh, don't worry. We'd be going when I'm not on the job as Mask to Mask. Well, that's reassuring. This calling card. Did you send this? No, that is, I don't know anything about that. I mean, I had other plans for that night already. It's true, you did get that blackmail letter after all. What about Detective M? Could he be the one that sent it? It looks that way. Can't think of anyone else. I'm thinking Atme decided to fake and steal the urn. Because he was hired, so he kinda had to make it himself look better by stealing something, but he ended up getting caught. And he is actually mask to mask, I'm pretty sure. And Desi so far seems like completely removed of any charges here, because I thought Desi would be the one hitting him over the head. This photo, this has got to be the real Mask to Mask. I'm sure it is. I know Mask to Mask when I see him. Yes, but this isn't you, right, Mr. Delight? Well, no. I was at KB Security then. So then, I guess it really is Detective Atme after all. Or it's someone else, even. But that wouldn't make any sense in the story. But it could be someone else. That would be, like, ridiculous. So, was this blackmail letter written by the KB Security CEO, Kane Bullard? Oh hey, you got the name right, Maya. I think so. Probably. You can only get into the CEO's office if you have a keycard. But it could have been sent by Atme, because, well, we think Atme is the one who killed Kane Bullard. But how did he do that and also appear at the same time? Which means, and he was surprised, so that means that he wasn't actually the one getting his picture taken. Meaning that there's a third Mask to Mask. It's getting ridiculous. Like, that's the only reasonable explanation here. And it doesn't sound reasonable at all. You can only get into the CEO's office if you have a keycard. And the blackmail letter said to meet at KB Security. Guess no one other than Mr. Bullard could have written the letter then. I was at KB Security at around 1 o'clock that night. I took out my wallet to open the door with the keycard. So is that when you dropped it? I'm sorry, I should have told you the truth earlier. What are you still doing with this keycard anyway? Didn't you return it when you left your job at KB Security? Of course I returned it, don't be silly. But it got sent back to me along with the blackmail letter. The blackmail letter? Yes, it said, use this to enter the CEO's office. It did? And what is this about a red diamond? I have a feeling that this was actually sent to Atme, who then sent it to Ron to frame him for the murder, because Atme's the only one who has a red gem. And then someone else stole the urn and then placed it in Atme's area. Or they didn't actually steal it, which wouldn't make any sense. Why would a third Mask to Mask appear on the camera holding it and then not steal it? And the third Mask to Mask could be Desi. And then this is like some weird mask-to-mask triangle that I have to try and figure out because it sounds ridiculous. Oh, I didn't know Mask-to-Mask had become so famous. Yeah, I actually bought this publicity photo. Really? Well, I'd be happy to sign it if you like. I'll even add behind bars. Yes, please, please! It looks like Karan has totally forgotten about what happened at the trial today. That he was declared not guilty of being mask-to-mask. But he is mask-to-mask, he's just not the one that stole the urn. But I don't think Adme actually stole the urn either. Or maybe that mask-to-mask didn't actually steal it? I'm still not sure about that one, but it seems weird. Not helpful. I think this is the big thing. Hey! This is an article about my debut heist. Boy, that was a tough one. Before I knew it, they were hot on my trail. But Mask-to-Mask, he must have gotten away, right? It says in the article that he disappeared. That's right, I got a sudden burst of inspiration. I hid my Mask-to-Mask costume in a nearby plastic bucket. And I quickly changed into my security guard uniform. Pretty clever, huh? Wow, awesome. Hey, hold the phone. The guard in this photo. Is this you, Mr. Delight? Hee, that's right. Nice trick, if I do say so myself. Nice and easy to figure out. Even Pearls could see through that in a heartbeat. But as you might expect, Detective Amy found the disguise. He truly deserves the title of Ace Detective. Detective Amy found the Mask-to-Mask disguise? That's interesting. Yes, and I heard that he brought it home with him. So that's it. That's when Atme got his hands on this. Thanks to that, I got the chance to remake my costume. That must have been really time-consuming, huh? Yes, it took quite a while to complete. Anyway, a few days after that, I received the first of the blackmail letters. The blackmail letters? You got them starting when? Tell me more now. Hey, calm down. Don't get so worked up. What is this music? Can I also present Kane's list? This list. We found it in the office of the CEO, Mr. Bullard. Hey, this is a list of all the things Mask stole. And that's the value of each item listed next to them. $100,000, $150,000. Are you sure that's the value of the stolen items? The numbers seem a little low to me. Even on the black market, the prices should be at least 3 times higher than that. Guess he knows about that stuff because he used to be a security guard. No, he is Mask-to-Mask, Phoenix. He was not lying to you. You present this. That's the emergency buzzer from the CEO's office. Don't press it, it makes a terrible racket. Hehe, sorry, I just love making a lot of noise. Does this buzzer have something to do with the case? Well, at this point, I don't really know yet. After all, there were no prints on it, or anything else for that matter. The buzzer went off just once around the time that Bullard was killed. Oh, that's scary. Do you know anything about that, Mr. Delight? Sorry, I'm afraid I don't. Why am I not surprised by how clueless he is anymore? This blackmail letter. Is this the first one you got? No, of course not. But this is the first one that ever called me out to a specific location. So did you start receiving blackmail letters after this incident? Yes, just a few days after the Tear of Emanon heist. That first letter said, "I know you did it." Someone found out about your true identity just like that? It's not easy being a master thief, you know. I think actually, Admi set this whole thing up. But this last blackmail letter was actually sent to Atmi, and then he sent it to Ron. So I think Atmi was actually blackmailing Ron from the whole beginning. And then he finally framed him for murder. It's not easy being a master thief, you know. I've got proof that it was you, so give up, it went on to say. In the end, I had to give up the treasure I went through all that trouble to steal. Is that right? Hey, hang on a second, what do you mean you had to give it up? Oh, don't worry. After I put the jewel in the safe deposit box, the letter specified. Someone sent me $10,000. No one said anything about me being worried, you know. After that, I started to get the plans in the mail. But plans? What plans? Why don't you talk more about these— oh wait, heist plans, at the top. What are these plans you're talking about? They were instructions on how to steal a crown or painting or some other rare treasure. They showed security blind spots, escape routes, and even suggested training methods. So you mean that the one who planned the heists wasn't you? No, it wasn't. I only planned the very first one. After that, I received plans from some very kind person. Incredibly detailed plans. It sounds like Mr. Delight is thankful to the person that was blackmailing him. That's why he doesn't know about the black market, but— well, he does know about the black market, but he's never sold anything on the black market. So Ron Delight was mask to mask after all? But someone else is behind the thefts. Someone who planned them all out in detail. All I had to do was deposit the treasures I stole into the safe deposit box. Then I just waited for the cash to come in the mail. Could you try not to look so gleeful about it? So you went after the Sacred Urn because of one of those plans, too? Well, see, truth is, I've never seen the urn. All I did was follow the instructions and steal what I was told to. Mr. Delight, is everything you've just told me the truth? Yes. But please don't tell Desi, okay? From Master Mass second heist on, he was stealing as directed by blackmail letters. Before we go, there's one more thing I want to ask you. Yes? But please don't hurt me. Mr. Kane Bullard, do you swear that it wasn't you who killed him? Yes, of course. I could never. I'm not lying. All I did was hide his body in the safe. Then I was afraid they'd discover what I did, so I turned myself in yesterday. Why? Well, the judge had ruled that I was guilty of robbery, then I'd have an alibi, right? I guess so. You're really clever, Mr. Delight. Guess I have no choice but to take Mr. Delight at his word. Mystic Maya! Hey! Hurley! I'm back! Okay, great, you can tell me about the urn now. Hey, Pearls, so what have you been up to this whole time? The Sacred Urn, Mr. Nick. I took it back to Curane Village to have it examined. And? What did you find out? Well, there's no need to worry. They said it's the real urn. Ooh, that's a relief. I was really worried. But there's one small problem. Problem? These cute little pink splotches. They said it's paint. And that they were put on the urn recently. Why are we talking about the pink splotches again? What's the big deal? What's the big deal? We've got to find out how they got there. That's the big deal. Yes, Mr. Nick, we've got to find out how they got there. Okay, we'll go find out how they got there. Please don't forget about me. Sacred Urn refiled into the court record. That's rare. Covered in pink splotches, but it's the genuine article. Thank you, Mr. Delight. Finally making some progress. Oh, Pearl, how nice to see you. Hello there. I haven't seen you around lately. What have you been up to? Well, actually, I was having this urn examined. Oh, I see. Maybe if we take another good look at this urn, we can figure out the mystery of what actually happened here. Nick, let's look around one more time. Okay. The game's now giving me a bunch of hints as to what to do. This box, there's something about it that's bothering me. That's the box the Sacred Urn was in. It looks like there's some pink paint on it too. And it's definitely the same color as the stuff on the urn. I think I know how the paint got on it now. Alright, let's investigate again, Nick. A wooden box that had the Sacred Urn in it has pink stains on it. There's no point in looking at this. Wait, maybe I should look at this. Detective Atme said he got hit on the back of the head. This by the thief, that's obviously a lie. Lieutenant Atme was a real thief, still hard to believe. And then we can look at this pink paint. It looks to me it's been dry for several days. There's something suspicious about this pink paint mark. The bottom left part of it shaped oddly, and it's shocking pink. Mr. Nick, could it be that this odd shape is... Yeah, pretty sure this is it. Ah, that's the box the Sacred Urn was in. If you look here, there's a little bit of paint on the box as well. Wow, you're right. Look, it matches. What is it, Mr. Nick? It's all turning out exactly as I thought it would. Completely dry. The box of the Sacred Urn fits together perfectly. It's all starting to become clear. We're that much closer to solving the mystery of what happened to the urn. See? We got our Sacred Urn back. That's really wonderful, but we're not entirely convinced it's the same urn. Miss Andrews, we want you to cooperate with us. What a magnificent box! You're not going to throw us off trail with flattery. I want to know about the paint on this box. Well, I'm not sure. I don't know anything about that. People just have a natural gift for lying. Adrian's not one of them. Miss Andrews, about this paint that's all over the wall. Oh, look at that. It looks like paint, alright. Isn't that funny? I've never noticed that before. That has to be the most pathetic acting I've ever seen in my life. I'm beginning to get very frustrated. Uh-oh, I'd better do something to calm them down and fast. Save again for no reason. It's genuine. Sorry to break it to you, but the urn is the genuine article. Pearls went back to Curian Village and had it examined. Is that right? That's nice, but I don't see how... What she discovered was that the urn had been broken again. Did you say again? Yes, it was broken once a year ago. Now it looks like the same thing has happened. And quite recently, too. Recently? Are you saying that this urn was broken recently? Yes, that's exactly what I'm saying. Why do you think it was broken recently? How do you know? Because of this. This poster. It was made recently, right? Poster? Ah, the poster for the exhibit. The time when this photo was taken, the urn said, "I am" on it. But now, for some mysterious reason, it says Amy. When the urn was fixed, the letters were transposed. Ah! I am? What does that even mean? I don't know anything about that. I wasn't even there when the photo for this poster was taken. That was a mistake. Now, tell the truth. Ah, wait. Or, even if the urn was broken, I had nothing to do with it. Huh? Yes, that's it. It must have been one of the people at the photo shoot. They probably dropped it. I'm sure that's what happened. It looks like she's not going to give up that last psych lock so easily. Was broken here at Lordly Taylor? Do I? I don't know. Like, I thought this would be fine. The box? Well, Miss Andrews? What is this supposed to mean? This urn has these pretty little pink paint splotches on it. And there's some on the box the urn was stored in, too. No matter how you look at it, the paint seems to be exactly the same, wouldn't you say? So, what does that prove? That the urn was dropped along with the box. That's when they both got paint on them. Are you with me so far? Yes? The rest of the story is obvious. The box was dropped right here in Lordly Taylor's basement warehouse. I can prove that. It means that the urn was broken here too. So can you prove that? Can you prove the box was dropped here in the basement warehouse? Yep. Ah! I think you already know where I'm going with this, don't you? Yes, more or less. There's pink paint splattered on the floor and walls of this basement warehouse. But there's an odd shape imprinted into a part of the paint stain, am I right? Yes. If you put this box into the impression in the paint, you can see it fits perfectly. Which means this box was dropped right over there. And that is when the urn was broken. Your name does you justice, Mr. Wright. I'm so sorry. I was the one who broke the urn. Boy, does this make me feel like some sort of evil school teacher. I'm a terrible person. Not only did I break it, but I tried to hide what I did. Well, that's not so hard to understand, is it, Pearly? No, not at all. I know how she feels. It happened about 2 weeks ago. Just after the poster photo was taken on the same day the urn arrived here. I thought I'd put it away down here for safekeeping. I was carrying it in the box. When I tripped on a paint can and lost my balance, the box I was carrying crashed to the ground. Heard a terrible noise and thought my heart was going to stop. Fearing the worst, I opened the lid of the box and that's when it happened. The broken piece of the urn fell out of the box and landed right into the paint. I was in shock and let out a huge scream. I can totally see how that could have happened. Yeah, as clumsy as she is, I'm sure Maya understands. Well, I knew it was the most important treasure in all of Curain Village, so I tried as hard as I could to fix it. Fortunately, the shards were pretty big. And that's when the IM got changed to Amy. I didn't know how it was originally written. But any sane person fixing it would have assumed it said Amy. Oh man. Poor Pearls. Any sane person? Really? Oh, Pearls. You said she wasn't very good at spelling. Anyway, I put the urn into the storeroom and no one had seen it since then. Replaced... Broken and repaired by Adrian 2 weeks ago, then replaced in its box, kept out of sight. That's why it wasn't on display. But there's something I don't get. When we first came here, I didn't see any paint stains. Well, that's because it was so ugly and embarrassing. I used the golden statue to cover it. The Amy Faye statue, And I noticed the pink right away. Like, you can't hide it. The first time that we came down here, it was on the night that the Sacred Urn was stolen. But Mr. Nick, there was no paint marks on the walls or floor of the warehouse when we were here. Well, there's a good reason for that. On the day of the crime at around noon, that golden statue just happened to arrive from the mountain training hall. And I realized that the statue would be the perfect size for covering up the paint stains. That's why I put it where you first saw it. I see. Now it makes perfect sense. But there's still one thing I find strange. What is it, Pearls? The day after the urn was stolen, we came here again. At that time, the statue had been moved, and the paint was clearly visible. She's right about that. Well, Miss Andrews? Huh? What? I don't know anything about that. I placed it there to cover the paint, so why would I move it again? Well then, who was it? Who would have done it, and why? On the day before the theft, the statue was definitely closer to the door. And then the next day, it was moved. But why? Carried into the basement warehouse the day of the crime. Moved again that night. It looks like there's some connection between the Sacred Urn and the murder case. Why? Why do you think so, Nick? Because that night, the real thief, Ron Delight, was at KB Security. So then why did another mask-to-mask show up here? A lot of different things are pointing to one undeniable fact. One undeniable fact? The murder trial is starting tomorrow, but it looks like that thief is going to be making another appearance. Phoenix? Like, how did you come to that conclusion? I mean, I came to that conclusion, like, right away. But I wasn't using any kind of evidence. I was just, like, speculating. Like, this is probably what's gonna happen. Okay, trial time. October 14th, 9:41 a.m., District Court. Defendant lobby number 4. Hey, Nick. One of these is my water cup. Just a sec. What is it this time? You won't believe how many people are here for the trial. Well, it is a murder case. What are you talking about? They're here for the trial next door. Next door? Why don't you know this, Nick? They're having Detective Atmy's trial today. Detective Atmy? They say they're going to try him as mask to mask. Already? That was fast. Boy, I'd love to see Mask to Mask's trial. I know. I know. Wait, who said I know? By the way, where's Pearls? Oh, she went back home. She said she can't neglect her training anymore. I know you don't like me. Pearls has really gotten into her training lately, huh? Yeah, ever since that incident last night. Please, don't ignore me. Oh, Mr. Delight, good morning. No one likes me. No one would notice me even if I killed someone. Come on, don't be silly. Wait a sec. You don't mean... You're the murderer? No, I'm just a poor thief. No, wait, that's not right. A thief can't be poor. Now let's see, according to Mr. Delight. From his second crime on, he was following a bunch of set plans. Plans that someone had been sending to him to help him commit the heists. Do you really think there's a connection between the thief and the murder, Nick? It's possible, but today's trial is a race against the clock. Huh? How come? Let's just take our time like always. I'm afraid that's not an option. Court is now in session for the trial of Mr. Ron Delight. Defense is ready, Your Honor. You are ready? Preparation is the last refuge of the weak. Okay, settle down everyone. Let's begin with your opening statement, Mr. Godot. He's got the judge in the palm of his hand yet again. Ron Delight is simply too young to be sent to war. That's all. I'm afraid I have no idea what that means, Mr. Godot. Ah, then you need to get out more, Your Honor. Life is war, but that is exactly why you must be more precise in your wording. That's all my statement means. You understand now, right? Yes, well then, let me briefly summarize the details of this case. While the judge is taking charge like he knows what's going on for the change. The victim is Kane Bullard, CEO of KB Security. His body was found in a safe at approximately 9 AM on the morning of the 13th. However, the time of death was estimated as 1 AM of the previous day. And that's when our little lost kitten dropped the ball. That little lost kitten is, of course, the defendant. Very well then, Mr. Godot, please call your first witness. I never drink more than 17 cups of coffee during any given trial. So if you have multiple trials during a day, do you drink more than 17 cups of coffee? And 17's quite a lot. But the first one is always the best. Mr. Godot, your witness? Okay then, let's hear what the defendant, Mr. Ron Delight, has to say for himself. The defendant? Well, Mr. Wright, does the defense have any objections? Maybe a bit of a disadvantage having the defendant testify, but... I remember when Mia was defending me. She allowed me to testify so she could do the cross-examination. She put a lot of trust in me back then. We have no objections, Your Honor. The defense will allow Mr. Delight to testify. Ah, you've got guts, trite. Alright then, Mr. Ron Delight, please take the stand. You did it, didn't you? Yes. What? No, 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 no. That's not true. For a moment there, I thought we'd set the record for the shortest trial ever. Well, Mr. Delight already looks plenty guilty with that face he's making. And once he opens his big mouth, he'll probably put the last nail in his own coffin. Very well. Now then, can you tell me something? If you didn't kill Bullard, why did you go to KB Security? Well, that's kind of hard to say. Boy, I wish I could go home. Now then, let's hear some testimony about what happened. That evening, around 1 AM, I went to see Mr. Bullard in his office at KB Security. The blackmail letter I got, it ordered me to go there. I'd been working for KB Security until a year ago, so I knew where his office was. It's a very short testimony. 1 AM, the exact time the murder took place. The weak get washed away by the tides of fate, the strong drink it up. It's bitter today, too. Just like my destiny. You'd never know that from the way he's chugging it down. Mr. Wright, your cross-examination, if you please. Are there any contradictions? I don't really see any contradictions, so I'm just gonna press him. 1 AM, huh? You're absolutely sure about that? Yes, that's what my watch said when I was entering the CEO's office. No. Actually, I'm not really sure. My watch was slow, and my internal clock was also a bit... Whoops. 1 AM. That's the exact time the victim, Mr. Bullard, was murdered, correct? It's too late for a coffee date, that's for sure. It ordered you there? It was the first time I'd gotten a blackmail letter that ordered me to go somewhere. Does that mean you've gotten other blackmail letters, then? Oh, of course. They'd say things like, steal this, or take that. Why don't you save those for later, Mr. Delight? Please don't say any more. Now, what should I do? Definitely press harder. Make Ron Delight charged for robbery, not murder. So what did the blackmail letter in question say? It said to bring $50,000. Money, eh? A perfect motive for committing a crime. Oh, but wait. I never intended to pay that money anyway. Oh, is that right? You were planning to murder them? After all, he had nothing to hold over my head. I had nothing to be afraid of. An important point indeed. Witness, let's have that added to your testimony. Yes, sir. A mud skipper in outer space has a better chance of surviving than I do. Just what were you being blackmailed about anyway? Blackmail letter said if you don't want your identity revealed, correct? I'm sure it was referring to the whole mask-to-mask thing. But I wasn't worried. Mr. Bullard didn't have anything on me. He didn't? Anyway, I don't care what anyone says about me. just as long as Desi believes in me. That's why Mr. Delate doesn't believe he was mask to mask. That's why I knew they were just hollow threats. You used to be a security chief for KB Security, right? Yes, that's right. Security chief, you? And yet, a year ago, you were fired without notice. Revenge for an old grudge? A perfect motive for murder, wouldn't you say? This isn't good. Yeah, I should change the subject? Why was he fired? I want to know why. We already knew he stole stuff. Mr. Delight, please tell us why you were fired from your job. Well, the world is filled with those who have said, I wish I had never asked that. Okay, I take that back. Defendant, please answer the question. Well, I needed money. You needed money? Well, if you see, Desi loves to spend it, and it's kind of her hobby. Not exactly the best hobby in the world, huh, Nick? My salary wasn't nearly enough, so I stole data from the company. Come again? KB Security has a lot of security info on all sorts of companies. Since I was a security team chief, stole some data and sold it. Mr. Bullard found out and I was fired immediately. What? Wish I had never asked that. I was somehow able to keep it secret and made it seem like I had quit my own job. Quit on my own. What is it, Nick? You don't look so good. Someone who brings harm to their company is fired as punishment. You do well to remember that. He sure told you. So you admit you stole data from your company, is that correct? Yes, I'm sorry. This is a very important fact. Please add it to your testimony. Man, this whole thing just took a big turn for the worse. Crashed and blew up. Gonna take the jaws of life to rip this case from the clutches of disaster. Why would you do something like that? Well, for Desi's hobby, what else? Wasting money, huh? It's not a waste. So, Miss Delight doesn't know that her husband was fired, does she? So it would seem, not sure what to think about couples who keep secrets like that from each other. Can't believe it. This case has gotten even Maya to think seriously about couples. Please try to stay focused, Mr. Wright. There wasn't much to his testimony, was there? Sounds like he's avoiding something, at least. That's what it sounded like to me. Uh-oh, I've got a bad feeling about this. We better be careful. Don't find a way to make him spill the beans. We'll never get closer to the truth. Yeah. We're referring to the whole mask-to-mask thing. Tisk tisk. I'm afraid that reason isn't going to hold up anymore. What do you mean? Victim had no proof the defendant was masked a mask. But you were the one who stole company secrets only 1 year earlier. But that was all over with once I was fired. But it is true that the fact that I stole the secrets was kept under wraps. Even so, there was no reason for me to pay up now, a whole year later. Is that really true? What is it, Nick? The fact that Ron was stealing company data. I wonder if he would have had a problem if that ever became public knowledge. Mr. Delight, I believe you would have been in considerable trouble. Your identity as a company data thief was made public. Mr. Wright, what are you trying to do by bullying your own client? Huh. Men are like colonies of bacteria. The more heat you apply, the faster they grow. That's exactly right. Well then. Feel free to keep up the heat, my little lawyer amigo. Little lawyer amigo? Yes, now come on, provide some evidence to back up your assertion. Why would Mr. Delight want to keep his data stealing secret from going public? His girlfriend. Mr. Delight, what you said just now doesn't match what you told me yesterday. Huh? What doesn't? I think you must have been scared, very scared, of having a certain person find out your secret. Well, a certain person? Miss Destry Delight, the defendant's wife. But listen to me. My Desi, she's... Looks like if I sit back and relax, the fun will end before it truly begins. Grr, Godot. Yes, we know. It was all your wife's fault. What do you mean? Mr. Delight stole company data to pay for his wife's spending habit, for which he was fired. Unable to face his own wife, someone used his dirty little secret to blackmail him. And that is how this murder came about. Oh, No, everything is falling neatly into place for him. Don't talk about my Desi like that, or you'll be sorry. Well, it seems that we've learned a great deal of things here so far. What do you think, Nick? I didn't think it was possible to get so thoroughly whipped in just 20 minutes. Clearly, there was sufficient motive for murder. He stole data for his wife, and he killed to protect his secret. Family man who cared just a little too much. The motive is clear. Let's move on. Ugh. What happened at the crime scene at 1 in the morning, Mr. Delight? Come on, tell us. We're all ears. Okay, well, we made progress. When I entered the office, there was a suspicious shadow there. Suddenly, I was hit on the forehead. After that, I remember being a bit dazed. If I hadn't been wearing that... If I hadn't been wearing that, I would have been killed. Wearing what? When I came to, Mr. Bullard was lying there dead. I see. Suddenly hit on the forehead, huh? I believe the detective from yesterday provides similar testimony. Said that Master Mask struck him on the head from behind. Okay, I'm back. Said that Master Mask struck him on the head from behind. Not that much. Of course, since Atme turned out to be the culprit himself, that was all a lie. Ah. No one's going to believe a pathetic lie like that. What are you saying? I really was attacked. We'll find out if what you say is true or not during the cross-examination. Got that, Mr. Wright? Don't go easy just because he's your client. If I see any sign that you are, I'll treat you as another cup of my special blend. You don't need to worry about that, Mr. Godot. I have faith in Ron. I know he didn't do it. Who is this? Sorry. Who is this suspicious shadow? There were 1,000 of me, and if even one knew, I'd tell you. Trust me. His dodging all of our questions is not helping us win this case. Okay. Then how was the victim Mr. Bullard at the time? What do you mean by how was he? Was he already dead? Was he still alive? Maybe he was the one who hit you in the first place. That's a good question. What do you think, Mr. Wright? Forget it. Your forehead? Yes, I was hit on the forehead as soon as I entered the room. was an amazingly fast and powerful attack. Do you remember anything about who hit you? Well, like I said, it was fast and powerful hit. So I think I was a little dazed for a while. I don't think Mr. Delight even grasped what you were asking. Yeah, I'd like to show him a fast and powerful attack myself. Maybe that would knock some sense back into him. Haven't been wearing what? That? Could you please clarify what you are referring to? Why, my mask-to-mask costume, of course. Wait just a moment. Mask-to-mask? Huh? Oh, did I forget to mention it before? Just to be on the safe side, I dressed as Mask-to-Mask. And then, I descended upon the office of the CEO of KB Security. What? Nick, did you know about this? He never told me this. I don't recall him ever mentioning it to me, either. Even I didn't know that. Seems our little friend really loves to keep secrets. I'm sorry, I just never had a chance to mention it up until now. Wait, that's not right. Know how sometimes things just slip your mind? Ah, my 6th cup of coffee is staring up at me coldly. At any rate, we can't ignore this new piece of information. Witness, please correct your testimony. Why were you dressed up as Mask-to-Mask? Why? Because I'm Mask-to-Mask, of course. What are you talking about? Mask-to-Mask trial is being held next door. Ah, yes, I guess so. Anyway, at that time, thought I was being blackmailed over the Mask-to-Mask issue. So I thought I should go as him just to be safe. Oh boy. Let me tell you, it's a real pain to move around with that cape. That's why it took a lot longer than I'd expected. Took a lot longer? What is he talking about? Press harder. What do you mean by took a lot longer? Oh, stuffing his body in the safe. Is that what he's gonna say now? Oh, opening the safe, of course. My cape got caught in the safe door, you see. This all happened when I was hiding Mr. Bullard's body. What was that? Back up a second. Yes? You were the one that hid the body in the safe? Well, yeah. Inconceivable! Is Princess Bride? Why? Just why? What reason could you have? What were you thinking? Question. When does someone toss their dirty shorts in the washing machine? What? The answer is simple. When they take them off. As usual, I have no idea what you're saying. Do you mean that Mr. Delight hid the body because he's the murderer? Ah, so you're not as stupid as you look. His metaphor this time was really obscure. Mr. Wright, you don't mean that you knew about this whole safe business, do you? Well, yes. Why am I the only one not in the loop here? Witness, make sure you add this to the testimony. Yes, sir. Uh-oh. Looks like a storm is moving in over the fair weather judge. I panicked and hid the body in the safe. It took about 10 minutes. Why did you hide the body in the safe anyway? Well, because it wouldn't fit in a drawer. That's not exactly what I meant. When I saw that corpse, I kind of lost it. I thought, if they find his corpse, they'll think I did it. Ah, I think you had a simpler reason than that. Because you killed him. That's why you spent 10 minutes hiding the body. That certainly makes more sense. Hold on a second. 10 minutes? What is it, Nick? Just had a thought. Under those circumstances, would you normally try to hide the body? And spend 10 whole minutes to do it? Under those circumstances? What circumstances? Oh! Hey Nick. If you think his behavior was so strange, why don't you present some evidence that would show just what those circumstances were? That's it. I'll take a look at the court record and present some evidence. We heard this from Mr. Delight yesterday, didn't we? Not much in the testimony either. I betcha he's still hiding something. I wouldn't be surprised. We'll just have to draw it out of him. I just hope he doesn't make things any more complicated. I think you were panicking because of the buzzer. Your Honor, could you please take a look at this record? And what might this be? The record for the Emergency Buzzard that connects the CEO's office to security. The button in the office is pressed. Security team is supposed to come running. Oops, I clicked off the window. And according to this record, the buzzer was pushed once, at 1:02 a.m. What? If Mr. Rondelite truly was the murderer, he wouldn't have ran as soon as the buzzer sounded. After all, a security guard would have been heading his way. Huh. Let's remember who we're dealing with here. He probably had no idea there were security personnel in the building. But he worked there. Up until 1 year ago, my client was working as chief of security. There's no way he wouldn't have known about them. But, as it turns out, the guard never came. That was nothing more than a coincidence. The fact that the guard was a pathetic loser who had just got punched in the face by his ex's new boyfriend and wasn't anywhere in the vicinity was not something Mr. Delight could have known. Ha! Again, remember who we're dealing with here. It's a sure bet that Mr. Delight didn't even notice the buzzer going off. This buzzer is extremely loud. There is no way he could have ignored something like that. If he had been conscious, that is. Conscious? What do you mean by that? Fine. Let's hear your theory. Recall the defendant's testimony. The moment he entered the victim's office, someone attacked him. Mr. Delight said he felt dazed. I'm willing to wager that he was knocked unconscious for at least a few minutes. Unconscious? So he fainted? That's why Mr. Delight didn't know that the buzzer had sounded. And that's why he thought he had time to hide the body. So what are you trying to say? Mr. Delight was knocked out, and the buzzer went off soon afterwards. Now, unless my client was able to hit the buzzer while he was unconscious, it can only mean that there was another person in that room. That's right. Whoever it was, they knocked out Ron Delight and then pressed the buzzer. Order in the court. Mr. Wright, this is preposterous. Is what this kid, Ron Delight, is the one who killed Kane Bullard. Then who pressed the buzzer? It was the victim, of course. He pressed the buzzer when the defendant attacked him. He didn't die right away. He must have held on long enough to push that button. Heck. Cerebral hemorrhaging. Doesn't sound like he'd be awake for very long. So Kane Bullard sounded the buzzer himself. What is your opinion on this, Mr. Wright? Need to prove that the real criminal was there at the scene, but how? Can I prove that it wasn't Kane Bullard who sounded the buzzer? I can prove it, all right. The defense's opinion is this, Your Honor. This piece of evidence proves that it wasn't the victim who sounded the buzzer. The autopsy report. Well, what do you think, Mr. Godot? Ah, I can hear it. The sound of a buzzer. Huh? No, that's not it. Any proof that the real criminal, or rather, that he couldn't have pushed the buzzer? Well, I don't know who the real killer is. Still wouldn't make any sense though. I don't get what he's saying. I'm not ready yet. I think this means I'm gonna take 1 damage. So, if I say that. So, maybe not that. Let's say this. The defense admits there is no evidence to the contrary. It is possible that the victim himself sounded the buzzer. Possible? More like definite, Mr. Trite. Means only 2 people were there at the crime scene after all. The victim, Kane Bullard, and his killer, Mr. Delight. Come on, Nick. Can't prove that the real killer was there. This trial's finished for good. Okay, so basically if that appears, just don't say no. I can prove it, but how? This? There are no fingerprints on it. So obvious. Come on. Well, one life is not that bad. I believe this is the piece of incontrovertible evidence you were looking for. The emergency buzzer? Is there some kind of clue on it? Absolutely not. Hey, come on now. At least give some thought into what you say before opening your mouth. The fact that there are absolutely no clues is itself the clue. Now I'm the one who's clueless. This button has no fingerprints on it. But if Mr. Bullard had really pressed it himself, naturally he would have left his fingerprints behind. Rhonda Light obviously wiped them off. Why would he? A guard would have come in at any moment. He touched that button, I know he did. The defendant, Mr. Delight, was dressed as Master Mask. And Master Mask always wears gloves. What reason could he possibly have to wipe the button free of fingerprints? Order, order, order! Ah, it would seem. I've been forced to eat crow. What? I wonder what blend number crow-flavored coffee is. Or, if the real killer was there at the scene, why would that person press the emergency buzzer? Shouldn't they have run away without putting themselves in extra danger? They're trying to frame him. What's with this awkward silence all of a sudden? Ha. Looks like you're fresh out of parlor tricks. They're on to you, Nick. Just give me a minute to collect my thoughts. The real culprit killed Mr. Bullard around 1 AM. And Mr. Delight just happened to waltz in when the murder was taking place, right? The killer clobbered Mr. Delight and then sounded the buzzer. Even though security was supposed to respond right away if the buzzer was pressed. Security was supposed to respond. Time's up, Mr. Wright. Let's hear what you have to say. Very well then. Oh ho! Jotaro, you're approaching me? No. You've got some guts. I like that in an opponent. Why did the real killer sound the emergency buzzer? To find out what it did! No. To call the security guard. The killer knew that if they pressed that button, a guard would come running. And that was exactly what they wanted. Did you mean to say the killer called the guard on purpose? Yes. Although, as it turned out, he never showed up. Because he was getting his clock cleaned at the time. Ha, what a touching story. You're saying the killer had a change of heart and called the guard to turn himself in? No, I'm not. When that buzzer sounded, there were 3 people in that office. Victim, Kane Bullard, who was already dead. The defendant, Rhonda Light, who was out cold. And the 3rd person, the real killer. Hypothetically, yes. Now then, in this situation, the real killer made an escape. What would happen? The only ones left in the room would be the victim and Ron Delight. And if any security guards came running in at that time, they would think that I was the murderer. Yes, that was precisely the real killer's objective. To frame Ron Delight for murder. I like how he's like super smug and then he spits out his coffee. He's like, I can't think of anything. Order, order, order. Ah, it would seem Godot Blend number 108 is too bitter. Also, I've been made to eat my own words once again. Actually, you've been made to do a spit take with the cup of coffee. Mr. Wright, who was it? Who was it that tried to frame me? Wait a second. I'm the one and only masked demasked. Nick, you mean the real killer is... going to drag that person in here right now. But, who is it? It's Mask Demask himself! I don't have any solid proof yet, but think about it. Killer knew Mr. Delight's identity. They also knew that he had been called to KB security that night. So, the killer used him to execute a well-crafted plan to murder Kane Bullard. Now then, let's hear your accusation, Mr. Wright. Who was it that framed Mr. Delight for the murder of Kane Bullard? Look at me. Detective Luke at me. He's the only one who could have done it. Ace Detective Luke at me? You mean Master Mask did it? Your Honor, the person being tried in the court next to us is not Master Mask at all. He is, in actuality, the true murderer of Kane Bullard. Order, order! Mr. Wright, explain yourself. theft and murder. Which is the more serious crime? They're not even close. Murder is the more serious crime, of course. It's a capital crime subject to a capital punishment. Please remember the trial from yesterday, if you would. When Luke Atme confessed, there was a huge commotion in the courtroom. Of course, a famous detective was unmasked as Master Mask. Instead of being convicted of murder, he was found guilty of grand larceny. That was his true objective all along. To be found guilty? Master Mask had the perfect alibi for when the murder took place. He was stealing the urn at Lordly Taylor. In other words, being found guilty as Master Mask was Luke Atme's airtight, watertight, and unassailable alibi. A guilty verdict. As an alibi? You know, it's almost time. For what? For Luke Atme's verdict. Pretty simple trial, after all. We're going to stop this trial and stall that one. We need to do it now. Of course. That's assuming you have proof that the detective was the one who committed the murder. Mr. Luke Atme's trial has indeed attached the attention of the entire country. If we were to intrude and fail to provide adequate proof of his true crime, Mr. Delight would be left with no grounds for appeal. Am I really sure about this? Huh. A bet's only good when your life's at the ante. Mr. Wright, I believe in you. Mr. Delight. So please, I'm begging you. Thanks, but let's save again. My decision will determine the rest of your life. Can I really risk your life like this? Phoenix. What was that? Don't stray, Phoenix. For your client, take the path of trust. That voice, it sounds like Mia. Your Honor, the defense requests an immediate recess. Ha, so that's your answer, huh? Very well, I've decided as well. This court will now take a 20-minute recess. Mr. Wright, when we return, please summon Mr. Luke Atme to the stand. Yes, Your Honor. Hee hee hee. Well, Sir Detective Atme? Heh heh heh. I have to say, Mr. Payne, you performed splendidly. Oh no, Sir Detective Atme. You were the one who... That's enough. This court sees no reason to further prolong this trial. This court finds the defendant, Luke Atme... Wait! Don't hand down your verdict yet, please! Well, well, Sir Lawyer, welcome to my courtroom. Who is this hoser, eh? My name is Phoenix Wright, attorney at law. I wish to file an accusation against this man, Luke Atme. Accusation? You accuse Master Mask? That man is not Master Mask. He's just a ruthless murderer. What? My sis? Could have sworn I heard Mia's voice. But then, she's still alive inside your heart. Nicky boy! Oh, Mr. Light. Sorry for thinking you're the murderer. And also Master Mask. Is it true that Detective is the real killer? To be honest, we don't have any definite proof. But he's the only one who could have done it. But wasn't he at the Lordly Tailor that night? Not to mention, we don't exactly know his motive. I mean, why would Detective Atme want to kill Kane Bullard? Oops, it's almost time. Better get back to the courtroom. I need to find some solid proof. And it's gotta happen sooner rather than later. Now then, the squad is back in session. Mr. Luke Atme, please take the stand. Well, well. How do you do, Sir Lawyer? I never would have thought to see you acting so recklessly. I couldn't let them hand down your verdict just yet. Not when it would have given you your perfect alibi. An alibi by the name of Master Mask. I'm sorry, I'm afraid even the great Luke Atme has no idea what you mean. Of course, I have been in the next courtroom ever since 10 o'clock this morning. I'm afraid there's no way I could know what's been going on in here. You've been in the defendant's seat all day long, correct? Being tried as mask to mask. Indeed. It's truly child's play to fool the ignorant masses. Not only did the poor fools ask me to protect their valuables, they even gave me a generous reward upon returning their own property to them. Take this red diamond ring that sparkles upon my divine finger, for example. Mm-hmm. I'll take that red diamond. Seems like it's for Atme, not Mask to Mask. But he is technically Mask to Mask. He's not the one who steals them, though. So you continue to insist that you are, in fact, Mask to Mask. Of course. Very well then, look at me. Let us begin with this simple question. On October 12th, at 1 AM, Kane Bullard was murdered. Where were you at that time? One without knowledge lacks even the knowledge that he should be ashamed of himself. But don't worry. I will not hold it against you, Sir Judge. Thanks. Alright, Mr. Atme. The night of the murder. Speak. We're all ears. As you wish, Sir Prosecutor. All the Princess Bride references. I was stealing the urn as Mask to Mask, just as I announced I would. I had more than enough time to prepare. It was a pathetically easy job. The photograph contains no words, but in this case, one turned out to be my witness. The time at which the camera captured Mask the Mask was the same time as the murderer. It seems the main point of discussion will be this photo of the crime scene. Everything else up until now was all part of his plan. Has to be a secret in this picture as well. Even the great Mask to Mask cannot be in two places at once. Now then, if you'll excuse me, I have a verdict to receive. Unfortunately, Mr. Atme, we still have to do your cross-examination. A fool is too fool- oh great, we're back with the Von Karma. Fool is too foolish to know that he is a fool. I think he's trying to say that you're full of it, Nick. The only thing that's full of it is his alibi. So this photograph is the proof, correct? Indeed it is. And the man in the photo is certainly wearing a mask. That is why I'm called Mask to Mask. But conveniently, that also means that there is no way to tell who this really is. What do you mean? Huh. Are you saying that this is not, in fact, Luke Atme? That it could be an accomplice dressed up as Mask to Mask to create an alibi. Oh ho, what an interesting idea. Are you saying that I, Lone Wolf Luke, had an accomplice? Did he? I don't think he did. Unless this was his accomplice. But I don't think he could dress up a statue very well. Luke Atme was at KB security during the murder. Then the mask in this picture has to be a fake. Then there really was an accomplice. But right now, I have no idea who it was. I don't have any idea right now either. Baseless objections are just what that guy wants. Got to be another way. I'm going to find it. I believe Adrian Andrews hired you at one point. That's right. That was over 20 days ago, if I'm not mistaken. You sent the calling card to Lordly Taylor 10 days before the heist. That would mean you sent out the card after you began your security watch, right? Indeed, there was no reason why I couldn't do both jobs at once. It was the perfect opportunity to steal my latest target. I see, you truly are evil, aren't you? Yes, evil is what I am. Hey Nick, isn't there something odd about this? Detective Atme was always proud of his ace detective skills, right? If the urn was stolen from Lordly Taylor while he was the only one watching it, have no way to maintain his perfect ace detective persona. No, that's true. It is kind of odd. So by photograph, you mean this piece of evidence here, is that correct? Indeed it is. That is it. The very thing that proves I committed the crime. The very thing that proves that you committed the crime. When you think about it, it's really odd. Say that almost as if you had this picture taken on purpose. He was simply caught by the very camera that he had set up. We all have days like that. Indeed, it turned out that there was no such thing as a perfect crime after all. Life is truly an ironic thing, a sad blue melody. Looks like I'd better gather more information for now. If he's truly the killer, there's gotta be something phony about that in that photo. Why was he missing the thing? About the camera that took this photograph. Oh, come now. It's all too clear what you're thinking. Huh? You think I altered the timestamp on the photograph, don't you? I'm afraid that's impossible. Camera was set up by Lordly Taylor, and on top of that, was Lordly Taylor's staff that printed that picture's data. Fortunately for the defense, there's no way that picture could have been altered. I see. Looks like I'd better find something else that could be suspicious. So this alibi is false? Has to be. Or he couldn't have killed Mr. Bullard at KB Security. I'm not really spotting anything unusual. There are two possibilities. Either the mask-to-mask in the photo is a fake, or the photo itself is. Something very suspicious is going on with this. Oh, that just told me exactly what it was. Like, I was suspecting it could be the statue, but it doesn't make any sense. But it has to be the statue. It tore off when he was putting it on. and that would explain why it moved. If Look At Me was at KB security during the murder, then the masked mask in this picture has to be a fake. Exactly. You had an accomplice. Now remember, you've said that, Mr. Wright, because there's no going back. You're making baseless claims. I'll treat you to a penalty myself. Oh, don't throw another coffee at me. That penalty is probably boiling hot, too. So who is it, Mr. Wright? Who was the accomplice? It was this person. Ah, that's quite the prank you're trying to pull. Do you have any evidence that this person is in fact the accomplice? Well, the aura this person has around them is going to judge someone. So it wasn't. Who else could it be? Kane Bullard. Obviously. No, that wouldn't make any sense. It was Master Mask himself. That's the only thing that would make sense here. No. Oh, I didn't want to save there. I mean, who else could the accomplice be? Could it have been Ron Delight?
Objection!
had to be Rhonda Light. Okay. I'm kind of stuck here now. It's Goda! No. I either need to know who his accomplices is, or I need to find some sort of contradiction. Ooh, that's very suspicious, because he already knew it was speckled. How did he know that? That's not helpful to me right now, though. I need to prove that the person in this picture was most certainly not him. Or that it was a fake. Well, I don't know who his accomplice is, but the fact that this is torn off is suspicious. Can I prove that this image isn't real? I don't think I can. How could I prove that it was a fake? Well, this is pretty obvious that it's missing. What does this say? Came by a camera on the night of the crime. Trying to say that it wasn't him, but maybe I should just try and say it was him.
Objection!
It's wasn't him, obviously. But I don't really know how I do either of those things, Phoenix. If you ask me who was the accomplice, I could say... I could try that. That's just what I suspected, but I don't suspect this anymore. So it must mean the photo is a fake. But how did he fake it? Uh... Was it? No. You never announced what you were stealing. really don't know where they're going with this. Maybe it's this one. Was it really an easy job? I believe Adrian Andrews, yeah. Hey Nick, isn't there something odd about this? Oh, he's proud of his ace detective skills, right? If the urn was stolen from Lucky Taylor when he was the one watching it, he'd have no way of maintaining his perfect ace detective persona. That must be the contradiction. He contradicts himself. No, apparently it doesn't contradict himself. I really don't know what to do here. There's like no clear thing. What about this? That would make sense. But it's apparently like that. Uh-huh. Or the photo itself is. Well, I don't think I can prove that the photo itself is fake. I have no evidence that it is. So it has to be that it wasn't him. But who was it? Upload, save. Hmm. Who's the accomplice? I don't actually think he has an accomplice. It was this person. Okay. No. I like don't know what to do here. Nothing seems to contradict. Well, other than the way he acts. The way he acts contradicts. That's not helpful. Math smash, striking a pose. Wait a second. What if I do show that one? I mean, it is technically an accomplice. But it doesn't work. No, I don't want to load that one. But this? Could try that. I could try anything at this point. Like, I have no idea what it is. Not even a person. Written with a foundation. A fountain pen. Why is it so specific? If you don't want your true identity revealed to the world, come to KB Security. Found in the KB Security building. So I don't think it's any of the evidence. Who else could it be? Could be Adrian Andrews. Or Kane Bullard. I don't think it's either of them. Meaning I can't prove that they have an accomplice. Meaning that it must be the photo that's a fake. But I can't prove the photo is a fake. So how do I do anything here? Who it was. So it's obviously not these two. Obviously not gonna be this. It wasn't this. Obviously not gonna be that. Wait a second. That doesn't make any sense. I just realized the contradiction. Pathetically easy. Wooden box. Kept out of sight. I thought I was onto something. Yes. This is what I was looking for. Are you implying that this picture is a fake? You bet I am. There's definitely something strange about this picture. Took a look around the basement warehouse that night before the theft took place. Something in the photograph that doesn't match my memory of that night. Very well, let's hear what you have to say. With lack of space here. The funny part is right here. Why, this is a blood stain! Ah, blood! Now this case is getting interesting. Not exactly. This stain is actually pink paint. Oh, just paint. And peach colored at that. From blood to peaches, the judge sure loves going on his wild tangent. Problem with this photograph is not the paint. Problem is, when you consider the layout of the basement warehouse. Here we go, we're making progress now. Turns out that something that should have been there is nowhere to be seen. Well, Mr. Wright? What is supposed to be in the picture instead of the paint stains? The supervisor of the treasure exhibit stated the following. Well, there's a good reason for that. On the day of the crime, around noon, that golden statue just happened to arrive from the mountain training hall. I realized that the statue would be the perfect size for covering up the paint stains. That's why I put it where you first saw it. I myself was there the night of the theft took place, and saw the statue in that spot. If this picture was truly taken on that night, then that statue should have been there.
Objection!
But when I went there, the day after the theft, that statue of the old bag was sitting in the corner. Perhaps it was somehow pushed there accidentally? Your Honor, this statue is slightly larger than yourself, and quite heavy. It would take more than an accidental push to move it that distance. Ah, in that case, can you prove it? Can you give us the rhyme and reason as to why that statue was moved that night? Yes. Can you do it, Nick? Never mind who moved it. The real question is, why did they move it? Well, Mr. Wright, I hope you are prepared with your answer. Now then, who was the one that moved the golden statue that night? It was Luke Atme. One who moved the statue is none other than Luke Atme. Come now, Sir Lawyer. There you go again with one of your strange delusions. Mr. Wright, what basis do you have for your strange delusions? It's very simple. The witness was the only one in the basement warehouse that night. That is indeed very simple. However, why would I want to move a heavy golden statue? The reason for moving the golden statue. Here's where our battle really begins. Well, Mr. Wright, what reason for the witness to have to move that statue? Reason can be found here in this photograph. Look at me. You pretended to be Mask to Mask. To create an alibi by showing you were at Lordly Taylor that night. This photograph contains a single fatal flaw. If the statue had been there, your lie would have been exposed like cheap film at a drugstore. That is why you had to move the statue. single fatal flaw? Interesting theory. Please enlighten us. Where in this picture does this lie? This lie exactly. This! Or is it this? What is that? The lie is Master Mask! Are you saying that this Master Mask is a fake? Ah. Oh no, I don't want to load. You know, I really wish you would start acting more responsibly. Huh? Current question is, why was the golden statue moved? So what possible connection could there be with Master Mask's identity? Oh buggers. Your face has "oh buggers" written all over it. This sticker? This? The thing he's holding? What is this? Somewhere around here. Keep flying like this and you'll be the one on fire. Where does the lie exist? Here, I guess. Naturally, the lie in this photo is the timestamp. What do you mean? I'll tell you exactly what I mean. On the night in question, Luke Atme went to the KB security and murdered Kane Bullard. Therefore, it's obvious. It would have been impossible for him to have been at Lordly Taylor at this time. But how did he do it? But what does that have to do with the statue being moved? Remember, if you will, Your Honor. When was the statue placed beside the warehouse door? Well... Wait a second, is he gonna say he did it before this even happened? Wait, I didn't want to do that! I didn't want to do that! Whoops. I keep using this thing wrong. Save this slot. There we go. Need to focus more on what I'm doing. Statue was taken down to the warehouse on the day of the crime. And it was placed there in order to cover up the paint. Exactly. Luke Atme had already decided on the time when he was going to kill the victim. So, in order to create an alibi for that time, he took this picture days before the murder took place. I wouldn't explain the paint, though. Why is there paint there? And why is there a outline of a box? I guess it happened way before this. That makes sense. And then they just happened to get the statue. What the? Of course, the statue hadn't yet been brought down to the basement warehouse yet. Ah, so on the day of the crime, Mr. Atme must have been quite nervous. As nervous as a long-tailed cat in a rocking chair factory, so to speak. Why? Because something that wasn't supposed to be there had to be brought down and placed where it wasn't supposed to be. And that is why Luke Atme had to move the statue on the night of the murder. He did it to make the room match with the way it had been in his photo. God! Order, order! Mr. Atme, is this true? One moment, Your Honor. Have you forgotten this? Thing you can most definitely forge? No? What's that? The data for the basement warehouse computer. According to this, the camera did indeed go off on the night of the crime. Save. Here. It's true that the camera had been set up by the Lordly Taylor staff. However, the program used to manage that data was yours. That alone would have allowed you to tamper with the data. Order, order! Mr. Godot, what is the meaning of this? Godot, I warned you about making me wait. Now put that coffee down. My 11th cup. I've promised to drink no more than 17 during a trial. Which means I'm still good till the last drop. However, the defense has a very good point. A good point? So what? We are all but travelers on a road of infinite points. I think he's got his points mixed up with his other points. So you say this photograph was taken ahead of time? And that the statue was moved in order to make it match? That's a very interesting idea. However, there's one point that can't be denied, which is that it's only a possibility. Men that are trapped by the chains of maybe can never reach their dreams. That's very true. No way, don't fall for that, Your Honor. Hey, Mr. Damask. Yes? There's no funny business in your actions as Mask Damask, then there should be no problem with you telling us your strategy. So let's hear it. Yes, please provide this court with your testimony about your plan to steal the Sacred Urn. I first received the request from Lordly Taylor about 20 days ago. The urn was placed in a box, and Zavari. It was then sent to the warehouse. Hence, I was actually unable to see the urn for myself until the day of the crime. I knew it was an extremely valuable treasure, so I sent my card 10 days beforehand. Then I handled security myself to ensure my crime would go smoothly. At last, I held the urn in my hands for the first time at 1 a.m. on October 12th. It's pretty much stuff we've all heard before, isn't it? Yeah, we will have to find the truth hidden in the nuggets of new information he gave. Witness, you're sure there are no mistakes this time? Zavari. Very well then. Mr. Wright, you may begin your cross-examination. You were asked to guard the urn by Miss Adrian Andrews, is that right? Indeed. It seemed that they had heard of my Zavarkling reputation. I see Miss Andrews is still attracting the weirdos. You'd better watch out too, Maya. You mean this box? Yes, that pathetic box. Lady Andrews was especially taken with that urn, and she wouldn't let anyone enter the storeroom, not even me. Huh. Interesting new tidbit. So you're sure that you had never seen the urn before? Indeed. You may ask Lady Andrews to confirm for yourself. My security was focused entirely on the entrance to that warehouse. However, I look at me. Let no information whatsoever slip through my fingers. You mean this calling card? That's right. That is, without a doubt, my calling card. I guess Mr. Delight didn't make this after all. Of course. Because Atme knew about the emblem. Making this card authentic would have been child's play for him. Then no one entered the basement warehouse. Unfortunately, there were many different treasures being taken there. Thus, for a period of approximately 5 days, people were indeed going in and out of the warehouse. And this is the photo that proves that, huh? Indeed, to be honest, even if a photo was taken, I don't think it would have mattered terribly much. Hey Nick, this photo is a fake. Detective Atme might have stolen the urn whenever this was taken. That's true. No, he's been saying that he never saw the urn until that night. Can prove that he's lying there, we can wrap this up and put a bow on it. Let's take a good hard look at the court record. Not a lot to go on, is there? That detective's been covering his tracks. There's only one thing we need to prove in this cross-examination. That he took this photo well before the actual night of the crime. Alright then, how do we do that? It's one thing that Atme stated very clearly. He had never seen the urn before he stole it. We need to prove that he's lying. No, not load. What could prove that he did see the urn? Or... I mean, technically this poster. It could just be that poster, actually. That might be the only evidence. I think it's actually just this. No, it's not that. Okay. Is anything else prove that you had the urn? His calling card. It mentions it being speckled. We're gonna present that. There we go. Mr. Atme. I knew that was gonna be a big thing. Eventually. If you really are Master Mask, then you also wrote this calling card, correct? But of course. Is there a problem with that calling card? Allow me to read a passage from the calling card that Master Mask had written. Take good care of the Speckled Urn. Now the speckled here surely refers to this pink pattern on the Sacred Urn. Yes, that is true. But so what? Truth be told, there is no way that Master Mask could have known about this pattern. What do you mean? This pink spotted pattern on the urn is actually nothing more than paint stains. Paint stains? These stains did not appear until after the urn had been taken to Lordly Taylor. I'm not finding this joke to be very funny, Mr. Trite. The day that the Sacred Urn was taken to the warehouse, the urn was broken due to human error, or should I say, an error-prone human. And that's when the pink paint got on the urn. You can't be serious. And yet, this calling card clearly mentions the paint pattern. Which means, Detective Atme had seen this urn long before the crime ever took place. In fact, he saw it when this fake photo was taken. And because this photo is a fake, your alibi for the night of the murder no longer holds water. Gah! Witness, do you have anything to say for yourself? Alright, that did it. He's broken. Nick, think it's still a little early for a victory pose. Huh? Ha! It's so sad. No one has any conviction these days. Conviction, you say? Yesterday, we all decided unanimously that this man was masked to mask, and now we're calling him a murderer. You don't think we're being a tad fickle? That's a good point. No way, don't fall for that too, Your Honor. You say that Luke Atme was the one who killed Kane Bullard. Then prove it, with evidence. Let me ask you this. Why would he do that? Hehehehe. An excellent point. The Blackmail Letter. Motive, Mr. Wright, motive. Might you marry murderous motive manifest? Might you my marry murderous what? Nick, he's getting his second wind. He prepared an alibi and pinned his crime on Ron DeLite, as you say. He must have had a very strong motive for murder. The only one with any motive we've seen is Ron DeLite. Isn't that right, detective? Indeed, according to my own research, the boy's motive is clear. Without a motive, it's nearly impossible to prove guilt in a murder case. Now then, maybe you can enlighten us as to what the defendant's motives were. I'd be honored to, Sir Oldtimer. They're doing everything they can to make Ron look suspicious. Despite our lack of hard information, this may be our only chance. I, Luke Atme, had no points of contact with the victim whatsoever. Kane Bullard decided to investigate mask to mask and simply mistook who he was. It was Mr. Bullard who wrote the blackmail letter and sent it to Ron DeLite. And it was again Mr. Bullard who harbored a grudge against Mr. DeLite for his betrayal. Mr. Bullard's mistake is quite excusable. The defendant truly believes he is masked to mask. That is why Mr. DeLite saw it fit to kill Kane Bullard. Truly a tragedy. So the victim, Kane Bullard, blackmailed the defendant? This is the blackmail letter found in the defendant's apartment. Handwriting test confirms that Mr. Bullard was indeed the one who wrote the letter. What? It still contradicts itself, though, because he doesn't have a red diamond. Begin my cross-examination. No, not load. And who in the world is going to prove that? I will. After doing a thorough background check of Detective Atme and Kane Bullard, we were unable to find any links between them. It's all in the report. Perhaps they were connected through their work. They were both involved in security. Nope. That was blunt. In any case, the only one with a motive was Mr. DeLite. I don't think he did. Mistook? That's right, mistook. From the Old Norse mistaka, meaning to take in error. That wasn't what I meant. Just who did the victim mistake mask to be? Why, the answer is obvious. Ron DeLite, of course. Boy, I'd like to wipe that smug look off this guy's face. Press harder. Why would the victim mistake the defendant for Mask to Mask? Don't you already know that? Zavari, take a look at this newspaper. Oh, that's the famous Tear of Emanon, a magnificent jewel. That photo shows a magnificent detective as well, does it not? Furthermore, it also shows an ugly guard, namely the defendant. The defendant. The victim clearly misread this article, and Zavari. He got the wrong impression. That this ugly security guard was in fact Mask to Mask. I see. An unusually reasonable deduction. You mean this blackmail letter right here? It says bring $50,000. And the handwriting is without a doubt the victim's. There's no mistake. We have an official report to prove it. But I don't see an addressee on this letter anywhere. An addressee? This letter was discovered in Ron Delight's apartment. Mr. Delight did not show up at the designated place. Did show up at the designated place in time. The fact that there is no addressee is irrelevant. Is it though? I wonder. What's up, Nick? Just had a thought. What if that blackmail letter wasn't meant for Mr. Delight? Whoa! Do you have any evidence of that? For some reason, I just can't shake the feeling that there's something not quite right about this blackmail letter. Well, everyone, are you quite satisfied? It contradicts the evidence. Mind if I ask you a few questions, Detective Atme? Well, if it's just a few, I guess it's alright. When you said that this letter was addressed to Ron Delight, I couldn't help but notice one major contradiction. Contradiction? I don't know where a walking contradiction like you gets off saying things like that. You're one to talk. Times like these, men are made to express themselves with their fists. Why don't you show us what you've got there, Junior? Indeed, time to man up, Mr. Wright. Show us contradicting evidence in the content of the blackmail letter. How do I do that? Don't want your identity revealed to the world. Come to KB Security at 1 AM on October 12th and bring $50,000. If you don't, I'll take that red diamond you received the other day instead. Well, obviously it's the red diamond. And the true identity. Isn't it just the letter? Ah. A little too hunch that wouldn't faze me. You mean... You're right. What? Excuse me. But... I don't know what you mean by that. So, what's the contradicting evidence in the content of the blackmail? True identity? This. Maybe. Ah. No. It wasn't that. What is it then? So it's not a testimony. The Buzzard record doesn't make any sense in the context of this. Is it this? Take a good look at this newspaper clipping. It contains a picture of the Tear of Emanon, the stolen jewel. What about it? The problem is that this jewel's color... Color? I'm not much for discussing color myself. According to the clipping, the color of the stolen jewel was blue. However, in the blackmail letter, a totally different jewel is mentioned. I'll take that red diamond you received the other day. Red? Which means, the red diamond described in the blackmail letter is not the Tear of Emanon that Mask stole at all.
Objection.
And your point is, Mr. Wright? So you are trying to say that this blackmail letter was intended for someone else? That is what you're trying to say, right, Wright? That is what you're trying to say, right, Mr. Wright? Well, that is what you're trying to say, right, Nick? Yes. This is who Kane Bullard was actually blackmailing. Naturally, it was you, Detective Atme. Do you have some sort of basis for that claim? Your hand. You have been personally involved in every single Mask case. And in the last case, you recovered what was stolen, and received a jewel as your reward. A jewel? Probably the one wrapped conspicuously around your finger. That red diamond ring. Yeah. That is the red diamond referred to in the letter. Which means that Kane Bullard wrote that letter in order to blackmail you. Ah! Order in the court. Order. It seems you've gone too far with your childish pranks, Mr. Trite. Uh-oh. I don't like the way he said that. Kane Bullard blackmailing Luke at me? Are you for real? Yes, I am. Nick, come on, stand up to him. Then answer me. This. The blackmail letter contains the following passage. You don't want your identity revealed to the world. Yes, it certainly does. Kane Bullard threatened to make Luke Atmey's identity public knowledge, an identity he wanted to keep secret. So just what was that identity? Atmey killed Kane Bullard because he was afraid of his secret becoming known. What was the identity he wanted to keep secret? This is what it all comes down to, Nick. The identity that Luke Atmey wanted to so desperately keep secret was his identity as a blackmailer. Right? Because he wasn't actually masked to mask. Luke Atmey was a blackmailer.
Objection!
Hey now, isn't that a little different from what you've been saying? You said that Kane Bullard was the one blackmailing Luke Atmey. You saying that Atmey was blackmailing someone else on top of that? Well, you have to admit that does sound a little odd. It's not odd. It's the only thing that makes any sense. Kane Bullard was blackmailing Luke Atmey. But Rhonda Light was also being blackmailed by a certain someone. So did you start receiving blackmail letters after this incident? Yes, just a few days after the Tear of Emanon heist. After that, I started to get the plans in the mail. I received plans from some very kind person. Incredibly detailed plans. Detailed plans? In which case, that would mean that Rhonda Light was actually masked to mask. That is what we are claiming. Someone else came up with the plans, and had Mr. Delight steal his targets for him. And that someone is none other than Luke Atmey. I just realized his name is Look At Me. Shh. Silence. He. Now I see. It's all becoming clear. What is? When you were in grade school, you received the same report card every year. Careless, with the tendency to jump to conclusions. Am I wrong? How did you know? Phoenix. You say that I, Luke Atmey, was blackmailing Rhonda Light, in which case I would naturally know all about his relation to Master Mask. Well, yes. Rhonda Light started receiving plans from his second crime onward, correct? Which means I learned of his identity when he committed that first crime. Good point. You certainly couldn't have blackmailed him otherwise. In that case, let's see some hot bitter evidence. During that crime, how did Luke Atme know that Rondelite was masked a mask? This newspaper clipping. Or it was his testimony. But probably not. Newspaper clipping. Think I see it. See what? When you were in grade school, you received the same report card every year. Gets into lots of mischief trying to be the center of attention. What do you mean? This newspaper clipping. It has a picture of you and Ron Delight in his guard uniform. Seems that Masked a Mask didn't just disappear into thin air. He just took off his outfit and hid it in a bucket. That sounds far too stupid to be true. Correct. With tricks like that, he couldn't fool a baby, let alone an ace detective. That's when you figured it out, Mr. Atme. That's when you learned that under his mask... What does so be masked a mask? Not only that, it looks like he's ace detective. I can't believe it. He's just a shiny blackmailer. What a fraud trying to pass himself as an ace detective. Why you? How dare you expose me like that? Why I mean, I've never blackmailed anyone in my life. I'm a famous and proud ace detective, and also a masked a mask. Why can't you understand that? I'm afraid you are neither a proud thief nor an ace detective. You're a blackmailer and a murderer. That is your true identity. Why you? How dare you? It's enough to make one laugh. It would seem we've finally arrived at the real answer. That was quite a performance by Mr. Atme. Bailiff, please prepare a cell for Mr. Atme.
Objection!
The hammer that strikes too fast has no time to aim. What do you mean? I'm already prepared to deliver my ruling. Allow me to say one thing. I will be the one to judge. You don't get much more in your face than that. It appears that your claws weren't quite sharp enough, Mr. Trite. What do you... It's true that you've proven a lot of things. Things like Luke Atme was a filthy blackmailer. And that he wasn't at Lordly Taylor the night of the murder. That's right. That's why he's the one who killed Mr. But... There's still one thing you have yet to prove. What's that? Just because he wasn't at the warehouse doesn't mean he was at the murder scene. Therefore, if you can't prove that this pitiful excuse for a man was at KB security, then I don't see how a verdict can be delivered. No, no way! Order in the court. Well, Mr. Wright? This is it. This is the final round. How is it still going on? I don't know. Got to prove that Atme was at Mr. Bullard's office that night. But can you really prove that? That's long enough. Mr. Tride, I want to hear your answer. That night, Luke Atme was at KB Security, and the defense... Can I prove it? Let's see. Let's try and prove it. I can prove it. The defense can prove it with evidence. Are you sure? Ah, don't you worry, I'll watch over you as you break down and fall into pieces. Very well then, let's see this proof. Proof that Look At Me was at KB Security that night. Found in Ron's wallet. How did he get in? Can I prove it? I mean, literally everything points towards him, so surely I'm gonna present this first. This is the proof. My special Gold Dot blend number 49. It's bitter, very bitter. Come on, Nick, don't give up now. I can't prove it. I can't prove it. Just as I thought. But if we hear more of Detective Atme's testimony. Unfortunately, that's as far as you go, Mr. Trait. What do you mean? I won't allow for any more testimony. That's what I mean. What? Have you forgotten? Look At Me is here after we interrupted his own trial. And you have failed to prove that he committed the murder. I think it's time for this witness to return to his own trial. And face his guilty verdict as mask to mask. No. Well now, Sir Lawyer, it seems that love wins out in the end after all. I am the ace detective as well as mask to mask. My verdict will verify that. Just as Braun Delights will verify that he is the true murderer, I declare that with the full force of my ace detectiveness. Order in the court. That's enough deliberation over this witness. Can't believe this. At this rate, Ron is... Don't give up now, Nick. Still have tomorrow. You can look for more evidence and... by then it'll be too late. Huh? Why? Double Jeopardy. One of the basic rules of any court of law. Double Jeopardy? Should a defendant be tried and found innocent in court, that defendant cannot be tried again for the same crime. This is the fundamental rule of all courts, and it applies to this witness as much as it applies to anyone else. Mr. Atme will be found guilty in a matter of minutes. guilty as Master Mask, which means he will be innocent as far as the murder of Kane Bullard is concerned. No way! The fact that you were unable to prove Mr. Atmey's guilt of the crime here means that he will never again be tried as Kane Bullard's murderer. What? Now there's nothing I can possibly do to win, even if Ron is proclaimed to be innocent. The real killer, Luke Atmey, will go free. Cross-examined every statement the witness has made here today. And as long as there is no more testimony, I'm afraid I have to declare that there will be no further questioning of this witness. Are there any objections? Is this the bad ending? Or is something gonna happen? And I hereby end the cross-examination of Luke Atmey.
Objection!
Oh. I think I see it, Your Honor. When you were a child, this is what was on your report card every year. Has poor hearing and often makes mistakes as a result. How did you... Phoenix, raise your head up high. Have you forgotten what I used to tell you? A lawyer is someone who smiles no matter how bad it gets. That voice. No way. Long time no see, Phoenix. Mia! This is the true power of the Curian channeling technique. I know that it's really Maya who's standing before me, but right now she's my mentor, Mia Fey. Now, let's do this. But there's nothing more we can do, Mia. Without any more testimony, I can't cross-examine. Not yet. The testimony's not over yet. But what do you mean? Your Honor, just now you said something very interesting. You have cross-examined every statement the witness has made here today. Yes, that's true, but unfortunately, Your Honor, you're forgetting something. Earlier, after the last cross-examination, the witness made a number of remarks. Well now, Sir Lawyer, it seems that love wins out in the end, after all. I am the ace detective, as well as Master Mask. My verdict will verify that. Just as Ron Delights will verify that he is the true murderer. I declare that with the full force of my ace detectiveness. Yes, but these comments appear to have no importance whatsoever. Very well, then we shall prove their importance via cross-examination. At any rate, as long as the witness has made these remarks, we, the defense, assert our right to question them. Is that all right with you, prosecutor? Is something the matter, Mr. Godot? Ah, nothing. Oh, Sir Lawyer, it looks like you're one step too late. You think such falsehoods would do anything to me, Luke at... Let's hear it. Huh? It's true that the witness made some remarks. So then, let's hear this last bit of cross-examination. Mr. Godot, what are you... Very well then, Mr. Luke Atmey. I'm going to allow the defense to cross-examine your earlier remarks. The defense would like to hear why you declared the defendant to be the true murderer. So please, give us one last bit of testimony. Phoenix, this is it. This is our absolute last chance. Yes, Chief. No, not load. So I had to lose there to get Mia's help. Well, I can't badger him either. Oh wait, no, this is his testimony. Indeed, it is true that I was not at Lord Lee Taylor. I had to leave to see about another vitally important job request. I had known about the date beforehand, so I had this photograph readied. My brilliant deduction was what informed me that the true culprit was Rhonda Light. And thanks to that keycard and wallet, it was abundantly clear that he was there. I was also able to make the deduction from the buzzer, which only sounded once. The button did not have any fingerprints on it. Why? The victim would have left fingerprints if he sounded it, which means the killer sounded it. Mr. Delight was wearing his mask-to-mask outfit, which is why he left no prints. And the blackmail letter? The victim likely just mistook the color of the jewel. Lavari. Therefore, all the evidence points to that poor boy. That was a long-ass testimony. This testimony actually seems to hold up pretty well. The witness's earlier remarks did not appear to have been hastily prepared. All of his points have been explained, and none of them seem to contradict anything. But of course. But how did you know about the emergency buzzard? The police investigation documents went directly through me. And I always look over all the documents. It's elementary, Sir Lawyer. Grr. Are you going to make even more trouble for us now, Sir Lawyer? I will not allow any of your usual shenanigans, Mr. Wright. Yes, Your Honor. Cannot postpone Luke Admey's trial any longer. This is your last chance. Hang on a second, just one chance? Ah, seems that the party's about to begin. Well, Phoenix? There isn't any evidence that contradicts with that testimony. So it would seem. What do you mean, so it would seem? Listen, Phoenix, pointing out contradictions doesn't always mean you have to present evidence, does it? At any rate, this is our last chance. Can't point out a case-breaking contradiction. You lose. That's all there is to it. Cup number 17, the last cup. Seems like the time has come to put an end to this trial. I have to find a fatal contradiction in this testimony. And I need to point it out without presenting evidence. Which means all I can do is find the contradictory remark and press it. Remember, you only get one chance. Very well then, Mr. Wright. Please begin your final cross-examination. Okay, this is it. That's not contradictory. I did leave to see about another vitally important job request. That's true. I had known about the date beforehand, so I had this photograph readied. That's true. My brilliant deduction was what informed me that the true culprit was Rhonda Light. That's like, not really accurate. And thanks to the keycard and wallet, it was abundantly clear that he was there. I was also able to make a deduction from the buzzer, which only sounded once. Do not have any fingerprints on it, why? The killer sounded it. Wearing his mask-to-mask outfit, which is why he left no prints. In the blackmail letter, the victim likely just mistook the color of the jewel. I mean, that's very, I can't prove that he didn't mistake the color of the jewel. But it's like so, like, it doesn't really support his argument at all. Zavari, therefore, all evidence points to that poor boy. And if I do nothing here, what happens? This cross-examiner is the only chance I have to nail him. It's a huge contradiction, and I've got to find it. As far as I can see, there is no evidence that contradicts his testimony. Oop. I got a host. Or a follow. Thank you, James Games, for the follow. All you can do is press him and you only get one shot. So that wasn't contradictory. That wasn't contradictory. That's technically contradictory to... It's not contradictory to reality, but it's contradictory to what he said before. So let's start with this one. Mr. Atme, about this last remark. Still don't get it, do you, Wright? This isn't the time to be pressing the witness on every little statement. Well, said this before. There's still one thing you haven't proven. This gum was in Kane Bullard's office that night. And now, it's time for me to drink my last cup. That's right. Oh great. It instantly kills me, so... I can't, get out of it. Dang it. They don't allow you to escape. After you die, technically. Continue with this one. So it wasn't that one. Informing that the true culprit was Ron Delight. Keycard and wallet was abundantly clear that he was there. He was. I was also able to make a deduction from the buzzer, which only sounded once. One did not have any fingerprints on it. Why? The victim would have left prints if he sounded it. Means the killer sounded it. It's technically also a contradiction because it doesn't make any sense at all.
Objection!
But you actually just can't get out of this at all. Man, this is pretty severe. I also don't really know what the actual contradiction is. It's probably something obvious if I think about it, like, logically, but I don't know where to even start. He's wearing his mask-to-mask outfit, which is why he left no prints. How would he have known that? That wasn't on the police report. So it must be this, right? That was only learned in this trial. So it literally has to be this. There's no way he could have known that. Mr. Amy, about this last remark. I'm afraid you're the one who still doesn't get it, Mr. Godot. What? Mr. Adme, it seems you have finally admitted that you were in the CEO's office on the night of the murder. How can you say that? Let's review your testimony, shall we, Mr. Adme? The button did not have any fingerprints on it. Why? Mr. Delight was wearing his Master Mask outfit. Is that correct? Indeed, that's what I said. My deductions are absolutely foolproof. More like your deductions prove that you're a fool. I'm sorry, whatever do you mean? For some reason, I'm starting to get really thirsty. When exactly did we learn the fact that Ron Delight was dressed as Master Mask when he went to the scene of the crime? That was, it was just a few hours ago. Back when my sixth cup was looking at me with a cold stare. Huh? Oh, did I forget to mention it before? I'm sorry, I just never had a chance to mention it up until now. That's right. The defendant had yet to tell anyone else this fact before this morning. Therefore, the only people who should know this are those who have been watching this trial. Do you understand now, Detective Atme? There is no way that you should have known about that. You were in the next courtroom being tried as Master Mask, so then enlighten us. Just how do you know about that piece of information? Well... Come on, this detective must have known about it. He probably had plenty of chances to find out beforehand. And it's those chances that I want to discuss next. That night, Mr. Delight was wearing his Master Mask outfit. There is one, and only one way, for Detective Atme to have found that out. Only one. One way, you say? Please recall, if you will, Mr. Delight's testimony. When I entered the office, there was a suspicious shadow there. For a second, my client witnessed the real killer. But Mr. Delight never saw his attacker, so there's no way to tell whether or not the real killer was Luke Atme. It's with that statement that I'll turn this case on its head. Just what are you implying? Mr. Delight saw the real killer, correct? Now, if you turn that statement around, stands to reason that the real killer had also seen Ron Delight. Impossible. Detective Atme, you saw Master Mask at the murder scene that night. You saw him when you killed Kane Bullard and assaulted Ron Delight. That was the only way you could have known that Ron was wearing. What Ron was wearing. What is that, an earthquake? Take a good look, everyone. Unable to find a rival worthy of my genius, I was forced to create one by myself. Here I am, the tragic clown. That's the same line you gave yesterday. But I think there's a little more meaning behind it this time. What an awfully complicated incident. Kane Bullard was blackmailing Luke Atme, who was in turn blackmailing Ron Delight. And upon killing his blackmailer, Luke Atme tried to frame Ron Delight. Then he claimed to be guilty as Master Mask in order to escape his true crime. And to that end, he came up with this plan. To use the Double Jeopardy rule when making his alibi. In any rate, it would seem we've finally found the truth. Excuse me. I came perilously close to besmirching the record of the innocent young man. Besmirching him with the title of murderer. Don't ignore me! Oh, I didn't realize you were there. Why wouldn't he be? About the verdict. I know. You never committed any murder. That's right, I'm so glad you understand that, but... I really am Mask to Mask. Huh? So, thanks to that trial yesterday, I'm innocent now, right? What was it that you said? Double Jeopardy? Now that you mention it... I've been careless. Careless? What do you think, Mia? As the defendant says, the rule of double jeopardy is absolute. The defendant can never be tried twice for a crime in which he was once found innocent. Then, Master Mask is really innocent? It would seem so. For now. For now. Now then, this court finds the defendant not guilty. Boy, this is really lucky. Wait, This isn't so good after all. You see, the thing is, I still am... You did it, Phoenix! Thanks, Mia. It's been a long time, hasn't it? Yeah, it's because Maya doesn't call on me much these days. Oh? I'm just joking, Phoenix. Don't take everything so seriously. But on the other hand, Maya... She seems kind of torn these days. You mean about becoming the master of the Curain Channeling School? Becoming the master means saying goodbye to our mother. Misty Faye, right? Watch over her, will you, Phoenix? Of course. Well then, see you around. Mia. Mr. Wright. I don't know what to say. Congratulations, Mr. Delight. Thank you so much. No, wait. Nothing really matters anymore, though, now that all... Come on, just be happy already. Maya. You've been cleared of the murder charges and got off as Master Mask to boot. But in exchange, I lost everything. Huh? What do you mean? Stealing security information from KB Security, becoming Master Mask. I did it all for one reason. For her. You mean your wife, Destry? She hates criminals more than anything. Come to think of it, she was once held hostage by some robbers, wasn't she? She always said how she hated sneaky criminals. I knew that, but... Once I got fired from KB Security, I lost all the money I had. She wouldn't have any reason to stay with me. I thought she would leave me for sure. So, that's why you became Master Mask? Yes. But it's all over now. A broken ball can never be put back together. That's not true, right, Nick? Right. Really? Can we go back to the way things were? You'll be fine, and Nick can prove it. I can? I kind of wish you would check with me first. Mr. Light, even if a bowl is broken, there's always a way to put it back. This is the most obvious post-game thing ever. The Sacred Urn. Desi was the one who found this. Desiree, your wife, she's always believed in you, Ron. That's why you'll be fine. You don't have to worry about anything. Ah, there you are. Miss Delight. You did it, Ronnie. You're innocent. I'm so happy. Thank you. I appreciate that, but, I suppose you don't want anything more to do with me, do you? Ronnie, why didn't you talk to me about what was going on? I had no idea you quit KB Security. Never imagined that you were really mask to mask either. Miss Delight, what are you going to do now that you know? You're not going to really leave him, are you? Come on, it's obvious, isn't it? How could I ever let a wonderful man like him get away? After all, my bike's really fast. So fast that there's no way he could ever get away. But didn't you say that you hated criminals? Oh, I only hate people who act all cowardly and sneaky. I like that detective. I see. My Ronnie went and declared his crimes before he committed them, like a man. I just love a man who's so chivalrous. Chivalrous? I knew I was right about you. Every day I spend with you is filled with thrills and excitement. Desiree, you really do love Ron, don't you? Nicky boy. Yes? I'm really glad I asked you to defend my Ronnie. Thank you so much. I'll never forget what you've done for us. Oh, well, take care of yourself. You too, Nicky boy. Cool. I can feel my face going red. Mr. Nick, Mystic Maya, congratulations! Oh great, here we go again. Gasp! Talk about bad timing. Mr. Nick, how could you, with another man's wife in front of me? No, 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 never forgive you, ever! So just as the case came to a close, so too did my consciousness. Ron said a broken bowl can never be put back together, but I know that's not true. I mean, just look. Here's a perfect example of one that was put back together even better than before. Hey, we got the happy ending. This is why you hate Pearl? I see. Got the happy ending. Better than before. Okay, brand new episode edit. Save my progress. That's it. This is prolong the trial. This case wasn't me, I swear it wasn't me. The evidence and the testimony we have seen are conclusive. The victim was alone on the table and drank from a poisoned cup of coffee. No, you're wrong. I know what I saw. I saw. What's with poisoning stuff nowadays? Like, the first trial was about poisoning? I saw someone else there, a man. He's the real killer. Why won't anyone believe me? Some lawyer got poisoned on the very first one. Mr. Wright? Court finds the defendant guilty. This court is now adjourned. That's quite a way to start a thing. So we're gonna go to the title screen. In the start, we got a little preview of Mia defending Phoenix. Because actually, it was Phoenix's girlfriend who also happened to poison a lawyer on that same night. So yeah. Well, thank you for stopping by, but I'm gonna be ending my stream since it's getting quite late for me here. But thank you for the follow. Let's see, is anyone on that I can read? Not really. Too late for that. Bye.